I mean, there's no way you can stay on top of your game. So that is why we have this organization, and we've been around for a while. We do State of the Nation, we do our symposium. So we just make sure that the people get sensitized, the awareness is there for the much needed change. So I just want to confirm if the host for today is back with us, but if he's not back with us, we'll just continue. Are you
Yes,
back?
yes,
All
yes.
right. So you
I'm
can
back.
just carry.
All right, thank you very much, Comrade, for standing in the while I was away. So, and first off, I think taking it on from where Mr. Shea stopped. I think we need to start off with an apology, because we need to sincerely apologize for the slight delay, and we ran into some technical issues with X. Sometimes these things can be very funny and frustrating at the same time. So has actually PM as planned Nigerian time. So we appreciate everyone's patience, especially our guests, for still having to join us regardless. And we are glad that we're glad to finally get things rolling, and hopefully we'll get the third guest join in the course of the session. And to add to everything Mr. Shea had said about Government Nigeria, which is this organization, or the organization hosting this virtual roundtable session, we've been about not just ensuring that we mobilize mobilize Nigerian youth to participate in active politics. We've also been very, very vocal in our own way to ensure that we are holding those in position of power, those occupying public offices, holding them to account. And not just that, but also having to call them out on, you know, bad governance, so to say. And I hate to mention that bad governance, as it stands, is becoming the new norm. And I also fear that, with the way Nigerians are, or the common aphorism that many Nigerians would use to describe our resilience, we just say Nigerians would cope with anything. So I just hope we don't get too complacent, too comfortable with the situation of things, or with the bad governance of the day. I mean, that has always been. I mean, it's a systemic thing, right? So I just hope we don't get to that stage where we become so used to the bad governance that we feel comfortable, like we feel comfortable, and then not wanting to challenge or call the necessary parties out on their shortcomings and whatnot, and making sure that real issues don't get swept under the carpet. And Nigeria is going through a lot. So, and by going through a lot, I'm talking economic struggles, I'm talking security concerns, I'm talking, I mean, there's if there is one thing we believe, we believe that, to persons amongst us, and who are not just educated, who are not exposed to what's obtainable, what's the commonality in first world countries, or in countries with saner climes, as I would like to refer to them. We know that it's not as if what we are demanding, or what Nigerians lack, are not exactly abstract. There are things that are achievable, there are things that are attainable, there are things that can be achieved. I mean, for the lack of a better expression or word, I feel like the easier way to present it is, these are not things that are exactly, unattainable. So, and as such, we should, until we achieve such, we should be vocal. And not just vocal, but also having to commit ourselves to ensuring that we get everything done as, we should, as every countries, and just as it is done in this in Sinner climbs. So tonight we are joined by persons who, to my mind, they are not people who they need no introduction, because they've been active voices in this whole pursuit, in this whole agenda, in this whole conversation and discussions around bad governance, about the state of the nation. So, and they have actually never been silent, And when it comes to, again, the state of the nation, these are people who, they are personalities for anyone who is actively, engaging in conversations like this would, come to recon with. And they don't need, just like I said earlier, they don't need any introduction, because they've been doing this for years. They've been speaking up. They've been challenging the system. They've been challenging the bad governance. They've been challenging the chaos. They've been challenging every single thing wrong with the political atmosphere, with the governance atmosphere of this country, Nigeria. And they've not only been challenging it, they've been, pushing for, and they've been pushing for change and also betterment of the state. Now, Dr. Chidian Babaye, and then hopefully we'll get or have Shore to join us before or as the session is on. So, first off, Dr. Chidi, any words of maybe any words to begin with you, if you can hear me loud and clear, sir. Okay, so I think I wouldn't know if Dr. Chidi is speaking already, but I can't hear him from this end. I don't know if it's just an issue from my end or Dr. Chidi. Can you confirm if you are with us and can hear us? Okay, while we await Dr. Chidi's comment, I think we would have to welcome and invite Baba Ye to the virtual podium.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Good evening, sir.
Okay. Good evening, comrades and compatriots. It's a pleasure to be here today for this very important monthly meeting, and I commend the organization, government, for this initiative. A couple of things I mean, the state of the nation, to look at, the state of the economy, the state of security concerns, and the impact of rising energy costs, which is also part of the broader state of the economy, or if you will, the political economy. But interestingly, a few hours after receiving the invitation to speak on Tuesday, you had the declaration of a state of emergency. I mean, and I think that is important to start from there for several reasons. One, a state of emergency represents an undermining of the democratic essence, even as limited as it is with the democracy of the exploiter class that we have, because it means that democratic rights are breached. And look, democratic rights are not just given as acts of benevolence by the oppressors, they were won through struggle, you know. And even the oppressors, even when you don't even have state of emergency, I mean, they attack it. We have seen how even use the law. We have seen the issue of the so-called Cybercrime Act that has been used to try, not to try, to try because we resist, things like the freedom of expression. You've had sham trials of persons like Shore is a very good example of this, right from 2019. Used to, because even after leaving the prison, was still in the larger prison of Abuja, and then the larger prison still of Nigeria by not being allowed, to enjoy the freedom of movement. So, but with a state of emergency, all this, the charm of at least respecting this to some extent and pretending to fully respect it, even when it has been undermined by their laws, is thrown away. The mask is taken away, revealing in the most blatant sense the repressive face of the oppressor class. So, the declaration of state of emergency is something that should be of importance to look at. Yes, there are times that, it also reflects underlying crises like state of war, insurgency, and all that. But in this particular case, what it speaks to is the very, very crude and self-serving antics of the different sections of the oppressor class in Nigeria. Because the whole issue in River State was ordinarily avoidable. I say ordinarily avoidable because but there's nothing ordinary about Nigeria's kind of socio-economic system. If you know, there was I think that was Professor Richard had to coin a particular word to express new patrimony, the kind of corruption in high places that takes place in Nigeria when he was studying the rise and fall of the Second Republic, and he called it prebendalism. You know, prebendalism goes to where in the church there are some like, look, this is a gunja of some people that are supposed to be communicating on behalf of everybody with God and things like so. Now for Nigeria's sake, God, God, he brought up that. So there's nothing ordinary about the shameless on the part of the ruling class. So the issue of godfatherism is a key part of these dynamics, and none of the sides has any concern for the poor masses. It's all about waiting then go chop. It's about and for the President Bola Tinubu. People ask, why do you still have Wike in your in your cabinet? Why all any and everything right now is calculation is for 2027. As I pointed out, even with regards to this, the extension of Egbetoku, it is to have someone that he can rely on to be the police that we superintend the policing aspect of the rigging for 2027. With regards to what's happening in Rivers, you know that when you're talking of votes, Rivers is one of the main places, and we all know the government magic of Governor Wike in 2023. And he wants that, but he also wants more than that. Because also ask yourself why a Wike, despite being a minister in the APC government of Tinubu, is still having relevance in PDP and even contributing to weakening it. So he's playing that role also for Tinubu with regards to weakening the second of the main parties of the exploiters on one hand, then several of the governors who owe him, whom he spent not his personal money, Rivers money when he was governor to install and all that. So these are the dynamics, and it's important to understand this before because they are also intertwined with the issues we're supposed to look at initially with regards to the state of the economy, security concerns, and all this. And how do I say they are intertwined? They are intertwined because the underlying dynamic with regards to all these other things is the same dynamic with regards to how things transpired in River State, and which is that the Nigerian rulers, they are interested only in themselves. They are interested in stealing us blind. I mean, how much money do you even do? They are not millionaires again, they are multi-billionaires. They're interested in holding on to power. And they don't give a damn about you and I. They tell us to tighten our belts, but they are feeding fat. You have a Senate that remember when the Senate president was saying that we send prayers to they don't, they have no shame. You see, even with the issue of Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, they are patriarchal, male chauvinist. They play the game of quote and unquote tribalism. I don't like using that word. It is actually an insultive phrase which the Oyinbo people they don't call what's the Scottish or the Welsh or Irish to tribalism. Even though most of the ethnic nationalities in Nigeria are larger than the Welsh, for example. So I'd rather say the political mobilization of ethnicity and religion. All this is just to keep us divided, and pushing us, cajoling, especially because the thing is many people don't think through this thing. Now I'm and this and that, even when they benefit not from it, getting different sections of the oppressed classes to queue behind their oppressors. You see, the worst kind of slavery, in a sense, is the mental slavery. It's also why Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. And that is why we need to not have the mentality of slaves behind them. And we need to with regards to that, look, we must break the chains of our suffering by disentangling ourselves from different sections of the ruling class. They don't give a shit, pardon my French, about us. So when they're talking about tightening our belts, they are feeding fat, and they use different kind of things to give the impression that um they are solving the problem. You see how they have changed the way they formulate things like inflation figures, so that now they say it's no longer 34%, it's 5% or 4. These people, they don't go die better. Lie to lie. Juggling figures, you say you recalibrate the economy and all that, but what does this translate to for you and I in terms of the food on our table, in terms of ability to get drugs, for our health, in terms of being able to care for our children's educational needs and for ourselves too, as there are several youths that are the ones sending themselves to school. What this translates to is that the reality of most people's lives is that it is getting worse. It is getting worse. So we should not accept their lies. We should not accept it. And just I spoke about with regards to economy, the issue of, and when you talk of employment, I mean, their own children, where are the people that go to central bank? They chase some people out of central bank because those ones they have lost out of the power play. But at the same time now, underground, you see that those sections that are now in power, Emilokon circle. And by Emilokon, I don't just mean with parts of because yes, the arrowhead of the Emilokon, there are sections from the Yoruba ruling class, but all of them have connections that is across Nigeria. It's when they are playing on our head, they make us to QB. And which of the major companies, be it banks, be it oil companies, that you don't see all these people from different ethnic groups, they don't, and different religions, they don't remember that they are from different ethnic groups. Then, but when they want to divide us, they'll start, coming up with, yeah, it's just Igbo, no, it's those Yoruba. Then you see some, it's Arewa son and all that 419, political 419. But even also with the security concerns, the issue of how we got to where we are now in terms of the state of insecurity in Nigeria, let us remember very well. Let us remember very well. yes, it has now, how do they call it? In Things Fall Apart, where Chinua Achebe, quoted from Yeats, where he said the falcon can no longer hear the falcon, the center cannot hold, blah, 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 blah. It all different sections of the ruling class playing up armed groups to support their interests. And it was in different parts. In the Niger Delta, people like Peter Odili, they armed the Ijo Youth Council faction. That was, I mean, someone like, what's his name, Asari Dokubo. I mean, before he was vice president, vice chair of the Ijo Youth Council when the IYC was formed in December 1998. But it was with that 2003, that same period was also when Boko Haram, all these people came up. It was that those sections of the ruling class that wanted to either still hold on to power or to push the ones out of in power out of power, cutted in the Niger Delta, the militants in the northeast, Boko Haram, which is Alimodu Sheriff, cutted. And even in the southwest, often people don't say this. A lot of people, including former pro-democracy, this thing, that was the period where you see them moving with Raya. I mean, most of these Oodua self-determination groups were collecting money on monthly basis from Tinubu via this is man that then went to Oshu State. So all of them tried to get this, unfortunately, the Falcon can no longer hear the Falcon. So the fact of the matter is that the different wahala, economic insecurity, and all that arose because of the kind of politics, because of the kind of self-serving corruption of those people that rule us. Now, it is not enough just to complain or to know what the problem is. The question must always also, ask ourselves what is to be done. Because it is not enough to complain. What is to be done? And what is to be done?
Right, right.
Yeah. I'll be rounding up with that. What is to be done rests with you and I. There's nowhere things have changed without the oppressed rising to fight in every manner possible, electorally, on the streets, by the ballot, every way possible. So already we should be looking at 2027, but we should not just look at things based on their electoral calendar, even now. And that is why I am proud of the politics of the Take It Back movement. I'm proud of the electoral kind of campaigns of the AAC, and which goes beyond just the ballot, which is that standing by the people in every and anywhere that they are resisting oppression, inspiring the people to fight. And we build on out there as ambassadors for this program, because it's also not just enough that we want to replace those that are there. What do we want to do different from them? And that is why, if you have not gone through this, I would urge you to go through the People's Manifesto for Total Liberation of the AAC, which clearly states, and you see that it is very different from their own, neoliberal and exploitative agenda. All of them, be it APC, PDP, even the obedient Labour Party and NPP, look at their programs. In all of them, their programs are about deregulation, liberalization. Their programs would lead in one way or the other to the same thing we are facing with Tinubu. They are all birds of a feather. But the AAC stands for, a new order, a new order of governance, order in which you and I will wield power from below in terms of, democratic structures. It's not just about sending people to Senate, but also having, people's regular, even with campaigns. We started with the town hall traditions, but we go beyond this in terms of empowering people. We talk about people, the legislators that will emerge on the platform of AAC will not be like these ones. Have you seen any difference between the Labour Party people in Parliament and the other parties? No. There will be a difference. There will be a difference even with regards to how and what we take. Not this one that all what they are thinking of is what they will shop. No, no difference within all of them. We represent that revolutionary alternative of of transforming Nigeria fundamentally, of winning the liberation of the exploited and oppressed, and of making sure that there's much more than enough for everybody's need, but there's not enough for the greed of a few people, and that is what we must mobilize to defeat and build the power of the mass, build consciousness of the masses to take this action and to take back our destiny, take back our respect, take back our prosperity, shared and collective prosperity, and build a better and liberated society as the new Nigeria. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Bye. I mean, that was so much packed in a few words, and considering that you were able to analyze and give in-depth insights or as to the recent state of the state of emergency in River State. So I mean, it looks like Baba he actually saw through my script, and he kind of in a way discussed briefly every of the key issues, the topics that we had, outlined to be discussed for tonight's session. But since he has decided to, set the tune by discussing the state of emergency in River State, so I would like to quickly welcome
Is it only me? I can't hear the host again.
Yeah, I also cannot hear him. I think it's his network.
Network, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I guess it was just about inviting Dr. Chidi to take the mic and yeah, speak on. I mean, just give a general insight as to what in the state of the nation is. Dr. Chidi, are you there? Dr. Chidi. Oh, doctor, are you there? It doesn't seem like doctor is there. Okay, let me just send him a direct message then.
Okay.
So, but while we wait, okay, he's
All right.
back. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shei. I seem to have been cut off by the bad network on this end. So, but I wouldn't know if you got the most of what I said earlier. I think maybe Dr. Chidi is still. I hope Dr. Chidi is not having issues with his network as well. So, but while we await him joining the session, I think I would still have to engage.
Dr. Chidi is on mute now. So
Okay.
I guess he's
Dr.
trying to talk.
Okay, Dr. Chidi, kindly confirm if you are back in with us. When one is having to face frustrations from both your network service provider and Twitter sometimes. while um, substantially on oil, and maybe its major, like it relies on it as its major source of income or national revenue. So anything that affects the Niger Delta region, anything that affects any of the oil producing states, well, serves as maybe the main, or whatever state at all that serves as maybe the main, or that has anything to do with the country's major source of revenue, is something that should be considered serious, because Nigeria is already in serious economic mess, and whatever is going to further that mess or make things messier, it's not something that should be taken with levity. So, in essence, all I'm trying to say or establish is that, this whole state of emergency will no doubt have, should I say, an overbearing effect on the state of Nigeria's economy. So now, Dr. Baba Aye, I would like you to quickly, walk us through what you think, this might cause for us economically. Bearing in mind already that, okay, Nigeria is already in a state of I don't even know if there is a word to define Nigeria's economic state as it stands. But how do you see things going on from here, especially from the economic perspective?
Thanks, and I appreciate your raising that. But I see a hand is up, and if there are also one or two more persons, so that we have an interactive dimension. So if you don't mind, please.
Yes, we will entertain the discussions and comments from members of the audience, but of course we'd have to entertain and hear from you first, and then we get to them. There is a time in the whole session.
Okay.
So, yes.
All right. Well, the issue of state of emergency vis-a-vis the economics of these, it's both simple and also complex, and I'll explain myself. When we talk of economics means different things to those who are who wield the power of the state, the ruling class, and you and I. I mean, when the poor man or the working class person, or even the professional middle class person talks of economy, it's about, look, am I able to put food on the table for myself, for family? Um, do I have to think twice before, if I have a car, driving it because of affordability or otherwise of fuel? Am I able to get clothing and not end up wearing rags, or the children wearing rags because of my income and all that? For the ruling class, it's about billions. Some of it, yes, I mean, they have to make some shakara. Some of them don't even send, but I mean, some kind of shakara. Okay, we're building roads, we're building bridges, this, that, this. Meanwhile, plenty of the money in their pocket in the enter. But any government that is wholly illegitimate stands a great risk. So governments try to at least have some extent of legitimacy, even while they are stealing us blind. Don't forget that what forced the hand of the president also had to do with the economy. And this was with regards to when the Trans-Niger pipelines was, you had explosions, and they started suspecting that, look, uh, Fubara was mobilizing Niger militancy. Don't forget also that before then, what's his name? Wiki artist. That guy is a nauseating piece of shit. Pardon my French. I mean, like say okra full in mouth. You go just the jabber. Since he was as he was talking, is it only have? Are we saying that everybody should be bombing, or that we don't even, because the government is concerned more about how this affects the economy, but we are even talking about people's lives. It is bad enough with exploitation of the oil-rich region there in terms of how this contributes significantly to the climate and environmental emergency. People's waters are polluted, soils are polluted. To farm or fish becomes problematic. If you go to Port Harcourt, I mean, you used to have this thick smog and all that because of the exploitation of fuel. So adding on top of that, militancy of bombing this, I mean, it worsens what is already a terrible situation. So, but the government is not concerned about the environmental dimensions, or it's about that. Oh, this thing is going to result in reduction in the barriers they can push out. Don't forget that, I mean, even Yaradua entering into amnesty, it was because of these economic considerations. So, in terms of the economic considerations for the state, and you can also see they think that they can repress, to Tinubu thinks, you don't forget at the time when he was contesting, he was saying that the people will protest, so he doesn't care. He doesn't know that it is not when there is fire that the water yam will be as talking about his the hair on his body. When I can't remember the way said something about. I'm trying to remember that particular. But when go reach level of go, he self go know say go is a go. So, but right now you see they've about 10,000 soldiers have been moved down there to try repress. But it's the kind of battle that they will face in the creeks if this thing goes on with the trajectory that it is starting, will be asymmetrical. It's a different dimension of the sort of thing you had with regards to the Boko Haram insurgency. It's not a regular army crushing thing. Look at what happened. I mean, some of you might not be familiar with. There was a joint task force, Okutimo, which repressed the Ogonimu. It was the guy was saying that there were 99 ways in which he could kill somebody, Brigadier Okutimo, and those were the ones that arrested. What was it called? Kenule Saruwiwa and all that. But he could not on that for a long period. You could not, because people are in their terrain. You are bringing soldiers that don't fully, and this is, you understand the terrain. And these are complicated terrain, rugged terrain, creeks and all that. So yeah, but and I'll stop here to see about further contributions. When we look at the issue of cost, our perspective has to be more robust and more humane than what the Tinubus of this world see when they talk of cost. For us, there are political costs in terms of democratic rights. With the state of emergency, a lot of the rights of the citizen is curtailed. You know, apart from what you have with regards to during military dictatorship. State of the emergency is like an enclave of military dictatorship within the broader federation. And I remember when there was what is it called? In Ekiti State, when you had General Luri. Then I was a national leader of the Labour Party, and I had to. That was also the period of the 2007 elections. Let's even see where these people are going to with this matter, because having a military administrator also makes rigging much easier. I remember I was at the Central Collation uh, Center, the INEC headquarters at Ado Ekiti that year, 2007, representing the then gubernatorial candidate of Labour Party as the national leader of the party. was around 3 a.m. They just came. Military administrators say make everybody firm, and they took over. In ways that to be more difficult for a civilian. So these are political costs, because even if 2027 is not too far away, but let's still what. But don't forget also that according with the law, with the Supreme Court ruling, you had the local government elections had been rolled back. Most likely, the military administrator, the SOLAD, is going to be the one to run this, so it's going to be easier for them to just shove things down to people's throats. There's, as I said earlier, the environmental cost. If there's all out insurgency as a result of what is going down already, this will worsen the impacts of human activities on the climate and environment there. This will have impact, and the gender dimensions also. Often people either don't give this consideration or downplay it. I was disappointed even with what some on the left also were saying, but many people generally, with regards to the ongoing drama with that shameless Senate president, and the very, very credible allegations which Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan raised. But it is not only about ruling class women here. When you have things like state of emergency, when you have situations like this, you have working class women, peasant women are more liable to face different forms of domestic violence, gender-based violence. So there are several dimensions of costs which we must look into. And these are the more reasons why we must demand the reversal of this state of emergency. And we must be clear about it. It is not about Simi Fubara. Neither of the factions here represents the interest of the people of Rivers State. There are different factions of wolves and foxes that are keen about, maximizing their own access to power and resources. But for us, the costs, as these items have listed out, and they are much more than that. So it's about the principle of it, and in the long run, mobilizing Rivers people to challenge these two factions and challenge the ruling class as a whole to liberate the Riverians and people of Nigeria as a whole from the nonsense and ingredients that is the rule of the degenerate, ruinous ruling class that wields power over us and exploit and oppresses us in Nigeria. Thank you.
And again, that was elaborate. And I think we'll just quickly hop on with Dr. Chidi and get his take on this issue, and then we'll move on to the next because of time. Because, of course, you will agree with me that Nigeria, or the issues with Nigeria's economy and politics altogether, can be exhaustive and draining. But yeah, we'll quickly get Dr. Chidi's 2 cents, and then we'll move on to the next issue for discussion. Dr. Chidi. Okay, it seems Dr. Chidi is off for some reason. And okay, Onimisi, let's quickly hear. Let's take 2 minutes to hear from you. Your hands have been up, and I guess it must be aching already. So let's hear from you. 2 minutes, Onimisi.
Thank you. In fact, I had to start rubbing Abonike on my digital hand. It's been an enjoyable discussion so far. So just to state that I'm a member of the Socialist Workers League and also a member of TIB. And I just wanted to reinforce the point, some of the points that were raised by Dr. Chidi earlier on
I particularly like when he brought up the fact that we should not be surprised by the behaviors of those in the ruling class. You can't enter the den of the lion and be asking why the lion beat you. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. So the question then is, what is our role as as people who want change, as revolutionaries, who want to see complete change of the system? And I would just add that the first is to recognize that the system itself that we are currently operating under is a facade, and we shouldn't be demoralized by the conflicts that arise between the factions of wolves and foxes, as Comrade Babaye has succinctly put it. What we should do is expose their hypocrisy for what it is, use this as an opportunity to show that this system there is no salvation within the system, and what needs to happen is a complete overhaul of the system. And the second point, which is also related to what Comrade Babaye said, is about fighting for the reversal of this state of emergency. And the point is not so that we can support Fubara or one faction or the other. The point for us is to exert our own power on these ruling class, and to show them that we, can also, assert ourselves, and we will not be defeated. And it is through the tastes of these small victories that we get to start getting a sense of what we can achieve in a more collective sense for complete system change. And the other point which I wanted to speak to was what Comrade Chidi also brought up about obedience. I just wanted to add that in 2022, the AAC Research and Strategy team actually created an assessment of Peter Obi's movement then and obedience. And I think the analysis in that assessment is very important, just so that we can also be able to address the obedience properly. And the analysis flowed from the understanding that one, obedient movement came from a deep need for change. And that's where Dr. Chidi was pointing to, that what really annoys us is that we have almost the same goals. But the second point is also that the movement, from the point that Obi himself was making, is that they are not different ideologically from the current ruling class, right? The AAC PDP hegemony. He said it several times that fundamentally they're ideologically the same. So in recognizing this, these qualities of obedience campaign itself, that's where that assessment came from. And so they were able to, divide the obedience into 4 different categories, which included the disgruntled APC PDP opportunists. We know who those ones are. Then there were also the, big boys, and big girls, the senior persons of Lekki liberalism who, though are suffering from some form of oppression from the state. When they see you driving big cars and all that, the SARS people, and they start to accuse you of, being Yahoo boy or Yahoo girl and all of that, right? So there were these people, but in spite of their oppression, it doesn't mean that they had a deep understanding of the root causes, right, of the system that allows for this oppression to exist. Then there was the third category, which was also consisted of tribalist and religious people who, for reasons that are rooted in history, right, they saw a need for, representation of, from the Southeast in the seats of power, which, you can understand that that tendency, but you can also look at what the reality on the ground says. For those of us who have had people represent us in the seats of power, what has that done to materially change our situation, right? And then there was the fourth category, who we categorize as well-meaning, desperate Nigerians. So it is this fourth category that I think we're speaking to specifically, because there needs to be an understanding that those other categories don't necessarily have our best interests in mind. Now, for the fourth category, we know that there are also people who really want change and have thought deep about it, but maybe have not yet landed on what are the ideological basis for why oppression and exploitation happens. And this is where TIB and AAC offers something that is ideologically fresh and refreshing, and that provides not just some patch up solutions that does not really engage the system, but very deep analysis to what the problem is, and then makes propositions that are principled and that really touch on the issue itself. And again, I will just reiterate what Babaye said earlier on, which is that we encourage people to read the manifesto of AACTIB. A lot of these things that are cropping up as issues today are things that have been, one might say, if we are being religious and supernatural, prophesied. But to be materialist, we just know that there are certain tendencies that create certain outcomes, and because of that, there's been very strong analysis, and we encourage people to engage with the materials and propositions more, particularly the AAC manifesto from 2023. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, comrades, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Onimisi. You've touched on some critical issues there, and I think would need to even explore some further. But for the sake of time, we might just not dwell so much on, because it seems the bulk of the discussion we've had for the very, for the last, it's been an hour already, or almost an hour that we've been on this session, has been on this, on the recent state of emergency. And of course, this is not to say that we will not be having the time to, get or collect comments and, insights from members of the audience. So we just need you to exercise a little patience and then wait until the time for us to do so. So then I think moving on, Babaye did mention or talked about, he established the need to talk about the obedience movement, as it were, and still given the fact that he used to be a member of the party in the times past. So, but then that's just besides the main point. Now, my question is that, okay, the next question or the next topic we will be bringing up for discussion is one that has to do with Lagos State, the chaos in Lagos State Assembly. So, and I don't want it to seem like we are overflogging the issue, because we had a discussion about this still in our, in our State of the Nation series, the edition for February last month. And then it's seeming like by the day, the whole situation is getting tensed. Like the tension and the pressure is becoming more intense by the day. So now I would like to know or have Babaye's thoughts on the whole, the whole issue surrounding the Obasa and the, the Lagos State Assembly, and, maybe a bit of, or a little steps, or should I say, like just his opinion, Babaye's opinion on maybe steps that should be taken, or what he thinks can be done to resolve this, or the leadership crisis in the state, in Lagos State, and how, is it possible for us to even prevent such happenings in the future? and how exactly? Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you so much. First, let me say that you are not overflogging it, because the situation there is still evolving in the distinct Lagos, Tinubu's Lagos flavor of Babasokwe crazy. That is to say, the craziness that has nothing to do with the demos, which is the people, but has everything to do with Godfather said so. I mean, it tells you a lot when you see the old dynamics of that the parliament sat, the bulk of them, about 37, remove the speaker. You had about 4, just like what you're having with the Wiki circle. And by the way, I mean, as I keep pointing out, we're neither for Sim, Fuba, no, Wiki side. Just as the issue here is not either about Miranda or Obasa, they are not different sides. They are on the same side. And their side is united against us. They have what you can call family squabbles, which they are ready to sort out and which they are happy to use our heads in sorting out. So at no point in time should we queue behind any section of this ruling class when they are fighting themselves. Now, back to Lagos may no loss. Why, what, and how? Once again, it goes down to the issue of being in the position to continue squeezing the resources from Lagos, which has made some people billionaires before they even became president of the federation. And also about positionality for the 2027 elections. What those in parliament think does not matter to the former lion of Bodilon, now the lion on the rock in Aso. What was the permutation here? The permutation is the senatorial zone where Obasa hails from is where you have the bulk of the votes. And in fact, for those that are familiar with Lagos State politics and all that, Alimosho local government, which is the most, has the highest population density of any local government in Nigeria, used to be called Tinubu Country. Not Tinubu local government, though, Tinubu Country, when Tinubu was governor. Because in 2003, when he ran for second term, then, when they bring the vote from Alimosho like this, no be small thing, no. And that is also what gave Aregbesola the kind of edge that Aregbesola had in their caucus until when they fell apart. Because Aregbesola's base was in Alimosho. Now, Aregbesola still has loyalists in Alimosho. Tinubu and his acolytes don't want to offend Obasa, who is the new sheriff in town for that senatorial zone, from Agege. So for them, nothing matters about internal democracy within parliament or procedure or this or that. That's why they are saying nonsense about Fubara didn't follow. They don't care about it. Anytime they refer to law, it is where and when they think it. favors them. Where it does not, bomb backclass. They push it anybody and everybody. But, and this is the important thing, you see, there's this saying that when person drum, don't they loud, don't they even enter over loud. The thing they near to tear be that too. There was a time that what happened in Lagos Parliament, Lagos State House of Assembly would have been unthinkable. It is showing that, look, even within their ranks, wahala don't they? Do you know there are three conditions that show that, look, we are heading towards a revolutionary situation. One, the ruling class can no longer rule the way they used to rule. People are beginning to see them for the yeye people they are. Two, even within them, infighting. It's just like what happened also with June 12th, IBB and MKO. Some people try to now present MKO as a saint. MKO himself was part of them. MKO funded the coup d'etat of Muhammadu Buhari in 1983. He funded the coup d'etat of Babangida in 1985. And even after the annulment of his own election, he supported the coup d'etat of Abacha against the interim national government in November 1993. But their wahala inside them showed that, hey, alarm won't blow. But they themselves knew that what binds them together is much more than what separates them. I've written extensively, even though there's an article on the SWL website, which Socialist Workers League website, where on this issue of the IBB memoirs and June 12 and all that. So I won't want that to delay us. But now again, in a different way, that is what you are seeing in Lagos. The fact that you're having this kind of infighting between them, that they cannot easily coordinate themselves as before, is a signal. But what those ones show, what they lead to is about crisis in their system. Their system will not just stop working because it is meant to work against us. We need to mobilize to be able to defeat it, to move from a crisis of their system to an overturning of their system. And that is why things we're doing, like, these discussions are important. And I know that, it doesn't rest with things like this. We need also, on the ground mobilization, and every step, every action of resistance, of mobilizing people around our ideas, of mobilizing people for, pushing back against the oppression of the ruling class is crucial. I also use this opportunity to urge each and every one of us to join in the Unmute Me protests in April. I think that's April 5th against the cyber crimes. There will be several. Look, what is happening now? Because oppression breeds resistance. We can't continue like this. Some of the rebellions that we unfold will start spontaneously, but we have to be ready to take this beyond this. Don't forget that, like this time last year, February, March, it was women, market women, peasant women in Niger State, in Kano, Kaduna State, that sparked the beginning of the end hardship protest. You understand? But because we had organizations like Take It Back, by the time it also moved southwards, you have in Osun State, in Oyo State, you had, and Lagos, you had Take It Back as giving leadership to the providing leadership for this. So these are the things we have to have in mind and build our forces and deepen conscientization of people to show the linkages between the different things, to show that, what is happening in Rivers, what is happening in Lagos, they are different, they have their specific dynamics, but they are intertwined, they are interlinked, they all are symptoms of the same disease, symptoms of the same disease that is a disease of the parasitic ruling class in Nigeria that is shop and clean out like say nothing happened, that is oppressing us, exploiting us, repressing us, marginalizing us, and that we must say enough is enough. We no go agree and we stand by this and fight till we win. Thank you.
Wow. I mean, that was a strong argument, and it actually leads me to the next question, which still borders on, okay, I think I like the fact that, Baba Iya has already established that these are, they're not exactly different. They are of the same script in the grand scheme of things. And the fact also that, well, I think it has grown from being just a script to a disease, I think, in Baba Iye's words. And I think, when one would want to consider the implications of the removal and maybe the attempted return of Obasa, one would be thinking or also need to consider the legitimacy of the whole process and the assembly itself, and then how this can lead to, or what it causes to the stability of the state and then the nation at large. But I need to get Baba Iye's take on this whole thing. Now, Baba Iye, do you think that the whole attempt to bring him back in and then the whole court process, because I think it was adjourned until sometime in April, I think 2nd of April or so. So do you see this as any step towards, or any step in the right direction towards maybe having to address the issue, or is this just one of those very antiques, one of those very tactics they play to ensure that, to make it seem like they're actually doing something while they are not doing anything, or while everything is just happening just the way they want it?
The what's it called? The Femi Falana is the lawyer of the 37 lawmakers, right? Hello?
Yes. I'm with
And
you.
I don't know if you follow that thread, which is a very funny thing of that. The speaker, who was the ones that was being challenged by the 37 and has now come back as speaker, changed the council. I mean, that itself is unethical, But before that, even Femi Falana had underscored the point that it was at best an academic exercise, since the party arrangement that the State House of Assembly had then done. But there are a couple of things, even beyond just the legalese. And I always point out that, look, the law is important, even though it's an ass. The law is an ass, but it's important in some ways. But we should have no illusion. All these things that they tell us, the law is the final, this thing of the common woman and man, and bullshit and nonsense. And the fact of the matter is that they cannot, it has to be a masquerade for the sorrow to catch us. You understand? It's 419. For that 419 to work, the law has to deliver somehow. But let's push, get to shove. The law is always first and last the expression of the political dictatorship of the ruling class. They use the law to keep poor people in line. It's like my dad used to say something when I was growing up. He used to say that the laws are formulated by a few high and mighty people for a lot of the people they are ruling over to follow. If they tell you nobody's above the law, nonsense. The law is primarily meant for you and I. And that is why, what's his name called? African China, I sang that song that Poor man wey steal Maggi, you go see him face for crime fighter. And this way, you no go see him face for crime fight. And fella also sang authority stealing. He say pen get power, gun no get. If gun steal 80,000 naira, pen go steal 2 billion naira. Go hear them shout, tiff, tiff, tiff. Yes, yes, yes. So, and it's not even just only with regards to tiff, tiff and all that. You see, the law is used to suppress actions against oppression. See how they even caught little children underage for protesting and charge them for treason until people shouted. So the law is not the primary thing. Let us look at some undercurrents in the drama in Lagos State House of Assembly. Something that came out that was leaked was that there's this set of 2025 Jeep. This is March 2025. 2025 Jeeps for the members of which Obasa had made arrangements with his frontman in United Arab Emirates for 7 billion naira. During the time that I was out of power, Miranda did it for 5 billion naira. Of course, that one wanted to show that I don't be like her, but I can assure you, if you really take even that 5 billion naira, oh boy, she shop. So you can now imagine the super shop that was his name, Obasa built into that 7 billion naira. But their Ogani Master is not concerned because they are not concerned about that. They are concerned only about power. So if they are telling us there's no money for this, there's no money for that, no, it is that they don't prioritize the money for what you and I need. They will, and I think what they are chopping, what they have even already chopped, they cannot finish spending it for generations. But they will still keep chopping and chopping and chopping and chopping and chopping and chopping, except they are stopped. Except they are stopped. So, the development in the Lagos State House of Assembly, as I pointed out, it's about positioning regarding 2027 elections to try make sure that you don't have problem in the senatorial zone with the largest number of votes. Everybody can keep chopping, voting concerningly, so long as the losers in all these things are the poor masses. But we need to start pointing out that look, we know what you're doing, and we won't take this. We won't take this. Imagine 7 billion. There's what if you use 7 billion naira to pour it on education, you get where you go reach now, or to build hospitals, you will build at least a few, and then some people that have already been chopping are using it to get 2025 model of Jeep. I mean, check them now. But why? Check them. So, back to your question, the issue of the court case, it's a dummy. It's actually overspent its usefulness because they have sorted themselves out among themselves. So there's that, but we should look beyond that to what they are doing. And now with that crack amongst them, because what we should keep doing as originally is to push back and push back. That crack amongst them, we push it and we make demands. We make demands from the state government with regards to education, we make demands with regards to healthcare, and we stick with this. The way to build alternative power is to have clear-cut demands for that benefit the people, because it is our labor that creates the wealth that they are stealing. It is the natural resources of our lands that they drag, resources from that they steal. So we need to make demands, whilst we must have no illusion that they will ever fully address all our demands. We'll win some concessions if we fight, but we must, even while we make demands we must have beyond just concessions the aim of winning our total liberation. And that has to be part of our politics as a revolutionary party of the working people and youths, which the AAC for one is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, thank you very much, Babayi. I think Dr. Chidi had a bit of an issue with his network earlier, and thankfully he's back in here with us. Dr. Chidi, Babayi just got off on the discourse concerning the Lagos State, the chaos in Lagos State Assembly precisely. So I wouldn't know if you are available to chip in a thing or two about the whole chaos in Lagos State Assembly, Dr. Chidi.
My brother, this Nigerian matter, is a type person. You understand? Because there's two criminals like that stole something. Two criminals that stole something that belongs to my friend. You understand? Actually, my brother's property. These two. Please, guys, forgive me. Hold on. Kenneth, can you keep your mouth? Can you keep quiet? Thank you. Sorry. So these two criminals now went and stole my brother's property. Just looted his things. And now I can't see two of them, they fight. Somebody can't carry the Lexus. They drive the Lexus. Then the other one now say, no, it's not the owner of the Lexus. Then he now stop and he used to break the glass of the Lexus, and they'll just drag the other guy out of the driver's seat. So now I'm not saying, but why now? Why is he not the first person that was driving the car? And then now all of us are gathered and we're now arguing, and even the children of my brother that they stole his property and my own children. And we're now taking sides. And if we're not careful, we're about to fight over my brothers. I may be sounding like a madman, but that's what is happening. That's what is happening. The same Lagos State that we know very well that they are running at, and some people who have been who their minds have been there's a term that Babaye used before. They've allowed themselves to be deceived into thinking a certain way. If they hear me talking like this, they will not like me, but that doesn't matter. It's okay. You don't have to like me all the time. The same Lagos State that we know things have been run a certain way, like a mafia. One person who is the president of Nigeria right now has single-handedly ran Lagos and beat his chest. That he owns Lagos. He decides who is the governor of Lagos State, and like Ambode, when he doesn't like you, when you misbehave, he kicks you out. We know we don't like what they're doing there. We know the process of getting there is all flawed and warped. But I don't know why after a time, we now say, even though we know it's bad, but let's just go and follow them. And let's just discuss it. So that's what we're doing. So it's almost like it's going to be it's an academic exercise that we're doing. Could have just picked any other, we could have just gone into the history book or one political book and picked up one case study there and just begin to talk about it. Something that at the end of the day doesn't even affect, because like what change is it going to make? Like what change is it going to make? They could fight with each other today. We could take sides, and tomorrow you just hear them laughing again and being there and sharing money amongst themselves. So to tell you the truth, I don't even have the details of what is happening in Lagos. When I saw what was happening, there was on one of our platforms. Somebody posted it, and they say they are barricaded the thing, and the next thing they are shouting at one woman, Madam Senior President, Madam President. The next time they are pushing the woman, the next time another person is coming with just like one Agberu. I don't understand. And that is Lagos State. That is Nigeria for you. So I'm very, very sorry. I'm not an expert in that. I'm just waiting for the day we are done with all of this. It's nonsense. It's not sitting to be discussing it. This is one thing I don't want to discuss. I don't find any pleasure in discussing it. I mean, I mustn't know everything now. So people who are more knowledgeable about what's happening there, they can do it for us. I'm more after when we take over all of this and do things properly and prevent our people from suffering. But all these their shenanigans, sometimes I don't even want to discuss about it because they just keep acting the drama and we keep watching. And at the end of the day, when we finish talking and they still go inside and they eat their money, do you hear that all of these people, no matter who is president of the Senate or no president of the Senate, when it's time to share money, all of them will get their own share. Just like what happens with the Federal House of Assembly there. Whether they are PDP, Labour, or whatever, where we'll be busy fighting amongst ourselves, they will still go. And if you heard that they gave them money, they lobbied, Ghana must go of dollar, all of them still get all that money. So whatever they're doing in Lagos State House of Assembly is their business. Those who are closer to that corridor of power will know more than me. But I know that already all those people, they shouldn't be there. It's just that Nigerian people, I don't know, we're trying, until the day we wake up and sack all these people. We will continue to just be discussing their activity. They just, tomorrow, we don't know what will happen. Tomorrow, they just go and act another Nollywood movie. Then we'll start analyzing it. Do you understand? The best way is our money that they are eating, is our resources that they are squandering, but we are always there discussing how they squandered the money and how much money the other person gave to them. And then, no, he used Ghana must go. Why would he use Ghana must go? Did he not use bullion van? By the way, sir, where was the bullion van? Look at that girl. That girl spoke about what is happening in the country, spoke about hunger, and then just one line. What's going on, sir? Lagos is smelling. What's going on? That became the suicidal thing. And I was surprised that people couldn't figure out that was a very carefully plotted thing to shift the narrative. And on Twitter space, and for so many days, we were busy discussing whether Lagos is smelling. No, I was waiting for one chance to talk in a Twitter space. They didn't give me a chance to talk. You know why they didn't want to let me talk? Because they were attacking this girl vigorously for mentioning that Lagos was smelling. I was going to wake up and say, please, that girl was absolutely wrong. Nowhere in Lagos smells at all. There is no lagoon in Lagos at all. At all. Maroko, people living on. No, there is nothing. No, it's not smell. There's no huge dustbin. Everywhere is clean because it's very, very clean. Please. Everywhere is clean with whitewash. Everything is perfect. Please. Because maybe that's what some people want to hear. So I'm sorry. I know I'm talking jargon. I'm ranting, but you see, that's how the issues in these places, that's how they filter to me. And that's why you see me, it's like garbage in, garbage out, because you don't even know where to start. You don't, like, where do you even start? Where? Where? The people that they grab the votes, they threaten people, They rigged the election to put themselves there. And the money that is coming there is not entering in that Lagos state, in the Nigeria that we are in. People are hungry. People are dying. People are dying. You see here? Look, do you know this is Nigeria? We are talking about Nigeria. That people are lining up and they are sharing rice to people in Nigeria, and they are making video of it. People are lining in front of the president. Nigeria, the giant of Africa, same country that built in how many months the National Theatre, National Stadium, Festac Village, and wait house. This is Nigeria we are talking about. Do you understand? Like, this is Nigeria. This is Nigeria. Do you understand what we are talking about? That students will graduate, and do you understand? An oil producing country. Do you know how much? Do you know who we are? Young people, they just carry your self-esteem and they just rubbish this thing. You wake up in Nigeria, you feel like nothing in your own father's land, in your own country, because of the people who are supposed to be serving you. Because the people in leadership are servants, they are public servants, they are your servants. Not meaning to denigrate anybody, but it's like your gate man, your gardener, your cook. They know their place, you're paying them to do the job. But right now, you come to the gate and you can't even enter inside the gate because the gate man has gone and taken the vehicle and is asking you, what are you doing outside? And you're starting, I finished so emotional, and you're standing outside the gate in rags, knocking at the door of your house and not even understanding that you're the owner of the house. And we are sitting outside. We are arguing about what the gate man and the gardener is doing inside your house. And the gate man and the gardener and the cook, and they are now sitting down to tell you what you should do and what you should not do. And you're still arguing whether you should go and fight. And people are telling you, oh no, just talk, just be on Twitter and be talking and just stay in front of the house. It's okay now, because if you go inside, remember the gate man has cutlass and in your house, like me. And while you're outside, armed robbers, mosquito, you're sleeping outside. The people that were hired to serve you are sitting inside. They are enjoying AC. Do you understand? And they finish eating and they come outside and they throw the bones for you after their dog has eaten. And if I'm painting this picture, it might not sound real to you, but look at the people, the Agbero, the people that were nothing. They are the ones that are in Abuja as PA of this person and PA of this person. And their children are abroad. I see them here in Canada. Yes. You that are listening to me, that's in Nigeria, you finished university. You can't even buy a car. You bloody can't even buy. What am I talking about? Car? Can you even stay online with data for how long? How much are you being paid? They're not paying you up to 500,000 naira, which is $500. $500. We just went to if you saw me yesterday before I hosted Omele Shore, we're just coming out of a shop where they sell canvas shoe. By the time I bought 2 pairs of shoes for my younger children, we were spending close to $600. Do you understand? You see, I wish you understand where they have run the country to. Do you even understand? By now, honestly, we are like zombies in Nigeria. But honestly, because by now, we can't be tolerating what we are tolerating now. Our no self-esteem at all. You have been reduced to nothing. nothing, absolutely nothing. You wake up in your house, there's no light. You can't even iron your clothes. You step out to the street, the road is not tired. Your gutter is full of moss, it's smelling, it's green. You enter Keke Nape with your PhD, your master's degree, you know how intelligent you are. But you have to go and beg money from somebody who didn't even go to school. It's not that I'm putting anybody that didn't go to school down. But do you know who you are? Do you know how much that was put into you? And you come out and this will reduce you to absolutely nonsense. No, that is lower than the lowest of the lowest of the lowest of whatever in the animal chain. That's what you've been reduced to. You can't even walk into somewhere and just buy what you want and eat. Man.
These are the issues. Well, thank you very much, comrade. I mean, one could tell that while you were commenting on the issue, on the topic, it was beginning to get to us as well on this end, because it's as if we were plunged into the same emotional atmosphere. And sadly, this is the reality in Nigeria. When you're talking about car, or being an average Nigerian youth being able to afford a car. So I was just here wondering, the Dr. Chidi just mentioned car that an average Nigerian think is luxury. So, but these are the things, and then these are people who, or the most of us, can barely get by the day, and the minimum wage, everything is in total mess. And and that even leads me to the next topic I'd like us to really talk about briefly before we begin to entertain comments from the audience. And just recently, there was this news from the Dangote Petroleum, from Dangote Group, the petroleum refinery, and they announced that there's going to be a temporary halt in the sales of petroleum products in naira. So in naira, now emphasis on that. And their reasons, or their justification, was that okay, they've experienced imbalance between the sales proceeds they've accrued, and then the crude oil purchase obligation, which is denominated in dollars. So now my question is, I think it's no longer news. It does not take the market woman anything to analyze or to understand that this decision definitely would not just have implication on maybe the cost of transportation or the cost of fuel. It's definitely going to have it's definitely going to send shock waves through the economic standing of the nation, which it's not even in a good shape to start with. So now I want us to quickly say a thing or two about or have a discussion about the implications of the Dangote refinery's decision, right, to halt sales of petroleum products in naira, and how this might affect an average Nigerian or the average consumer going forward. So I think I would start with, again, Dr. Baba Aye, and then to Dr. Chidi, and we can now open the floor to allow members of the audience make their contributions.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think the place to start from is, why are we having all these fella used to describe it as Akunakuna, senior brother of Parambulator, on the issue of fuel, Dangote, blah, 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 blah. Because that is where to start from. What are the interests? A lot of people, there were some people that had the illusion of, oh, when Dangote gets on stream, petrol price will come down, blah, 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 la di da da, la di da da. There were even some people, including amongst working class people, of course, especially those that I mean, like working class or guy, oh no, you see, oh, because of the fact that inappropriate pricing, we get to the money that will be gotten from removing the subsidy, all those millions will be used for healthcare. Laugh for give me that, as if as anything changed in terms of since when they say they remove the what's it called, the subsidy on that. No, but and this is bring up. If you notice, there's a key thing I keep underscoring, and my very good friend Dele Farotimi captured it at time back then as "Don't Die in Their War." The You see, the oppressor class, they are a band of warring brothers. They are united against us in oppressing us, but they're always fighting against themselves because there are different sections, different fractions, each of which make more money in one way or the other, and they want to defend their approach. So there is indeed a cabal. I mean, when you look at the so-called amounts that they said is spent on subsidy, it is when the Yoruba will talk of that, when someone hides meat inside his mouth and ask you to be looking for the meat, you understand. So there are some people that they benefit from when there is importation, because that way they do over invoicing. They say they import 20 million, they say they import 60 million, and the subsidy difference, it enters some pockets. There's that. Those don't feel comfortable with a Dangote coming on stream. Meanwhile, Dangote himself is also not Father Christmas, he's part of the exploiter class. Look at how, with regards to cement, then his monopoly on cement made him to determine price. And it's not only that, it's not Father Christmas. You see, politics and economics are so intertwined. Dangote had supported every president since this republic started except Tinubu. So all this also counts into it. He miscalculated on Tinubu. In fact, the thing was that he used to play both sides. Not he still contributed money to Tinubu. He will contribute, but there is and this is how the capitalists do everywhere. The Trump you have now, Trump used to even contribute more to the Democrats than to the Republicans years back, and now they are playing. So, but he missed it with regards to Tinubu, and it was clear to Tinubu. So there's also that dimension of okay now, and those that were loyal to Tinubu during their election, what's the name of this UBA guy, Lumelu and all that, they are now also plucking their own cocoa. You know, those are the ones you see going with him to sign deals that like when France, that they are now cozying up to and all that. So that's why we should really look at political economy and not just economics. What are the power plays and the interests, because politics itself is about who gets who, what, where, when, and how, and so the interplay of power and interest within the ruling class. Now, from that gives us a context to now come to your question. Then alongside that, don't forget there's also the foreign currency cartel, where they um, you see here that you don't have money to change into dollar when you go to the bank, but meanwhile, if you go outside just that same bank, some people have collected the dollars and they have gone out and they are selling it. So there are several interests, none of which represents our own interest as working class people. Now, what are the consequences of all this? The consequences of all these are, contrary to the Sakama J that they were playing up of that. Oh, the price will soon crash and all that. I bet you me, no price crashing, nothing. No price crashing. The fuel pump price will remain unbearable for people. Meanwhile, our income becomes increasingly insufficient. Most people's take home pay cannot take them home, even for wallet to chop, not to talk of with regards to the petrol. So we are heading into, already people to survive is a problem, but matters are going to get worse. However, and it's important to stress this, that why is it that Tinubu got away with, it even started with Buhari. The issue of fuel pump price had always been a very, very delicate one and very problematic for the ruling class in Nigeria since 1988. Yes, the first sharp increase was even by Obasanjo in 1978 as military head of state. And that was when austerity measures would start and blah, blah, blah. But to save time, 1988, it was part of the structural adjustment program under Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. For him to do, that was April, for him to do, when he wanted to increase it, first he cost the labor unions, NLC. He created crisis. He supported a faction, so there were two delegate conferences. It's him that supported one of the faction to go and do their own. He now say, they are divided. So therefore, he now banned NLC in February 1988, thinking that that would make it impossible for there to be fight back when he would increase fuel pump price in April. But despite the fact that the NLC had been proscribed, people rose and fought. And one of the reasons for this was that revolutionaries, activists, including those of us that were even in student movement there, carried out agitation work amongst rank and file workers. The rank and file workers in some places, they didn't even wait for the union leadership. They came out. And when you look at this century, I mean, even when we look at 1990s, in 1993, two governments collapsed during protests against fuel subsidy increments. Yes, there were a number of other factors, but that was a major factor. First, the Babangida regime in August, then the interim national government in November, within I think 82 days difference. Then fast forward to 21st century. As of 2000, there was a huge fight back then. In 2003, 2004, Obasanjo even said that the NLC had become like an alternative government. And all this we are regarding fuel pump price. Then Occupy Nigeria too was around fuel pump price. Where am I going to with all this? There are a number of things to draw out and tie back to your question. One, they used to say that we used to pray that bad thing will not become normal. We now have a normalization of increment of fuel without adequate requisite pushback as used to be the case. Why? A depoliticization of the trade unions, a weakening of the social movement, because often when people talk about the trade unions are this, that, they also forget that even the broader social movements, except, and I say this boldly and without any apology, except for the Take It Back movement, We don't have radical social movements with critical mass as we had with the pro-democracy movement. Apart from the Take It Back movement, I challenge anyone to point out otherwise. This has shown itself repeatedly, even with the NSAS. And it does not mean that Take It Back movement or any movement anywhere in history has been perfect. No, but it is a critical mass with a fighting spirit. I mean, if there were no Take It Back movement, we would have to invent one. So it has written itself in history with regards to that. But now, to what we are saying is there's that aspect of a normalization of nonsense, but there are also lessons to draw from the earlier period, and which is that we as activists also need to carry out political education within rank and file of workers, of working class people. We should see all this one that will be looking just at national leadership of NSA. No, which Take It Back chapter is in touch with trade unions, market women's association, etc., in their states. Look at for me, one of the proudest things regarding 2023 elections in Lagos State was that the JD1, Joint Drivers Welfare Association of Nigeria, which led an heroic strike after that. They threw their support behind the ANC Lagos ticket. This is a working people's organization. These are the kind of things we should be talking about. We will not be able to bring about change if we don't massify resistance. An important step has been taken with the critical mass that the movement has. But it is not enough. And I'm not saying we stop at that. A good example is NSAS. And I also repeat this, that without Take It Back movement, without the role Omoyele Sowore played in 2020, there would have been no NSAS. And don't take my word for it. People have documented this. 2 examples of people that pointed this out with evidence. Obi Ezekwesili, the former Minister of Education, and Yemi Adamolekun of the Enough is Enough. Sowore was the one that championed, and I was responding to Macaroni when he was saying that people should not expect celebrity. It's not about celebrity. You know, they themselves think say easy when they hear bass, they don't see the kind thing when we they face as activists. They call the talk Sankara story now. Say no be activists and all that kind of a thing. So we need to reach out to rank and file organizations and working class people. That's the way to fight it. And I'll shut up here now, and I circle back to your question, and it is that what concerns Dangote is maximization of profits, is bordered by the fact that what some people that benefit from the importation and this issue of naira, but there are interests behind it. We see when the Nigerian politicians, they are always factoring in chop and clean mouth, like say nothing happen into every policy. And a Dangote is not ready to let go of his own profits for their own, we used to call it riba, e-pockets, so these are the contradictions there, but none of them stands for us. They stand to maximize their reaping from the wealth, and we are left where they have put us to suffer. But we can and we must resist to stop this Babanla nonsense. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Baba Aye. And those were strong points you raised there, but I think I would like to hear, I would like us to hear Dr. Chidi's take on this, whether he thinks differently or he's aligning himself with Babai's thoughts, because I would really love for us to push that idea a little further. What would be the ideal solution, Dr. Chidi? Okay, Dr. Chidi, in case you're speaking.
Sorry, please. Network issue too. I didn't hear all that was said just before Babaye finished speaking. So if you just rewind so I understand what the question is. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay.
I think the most of Dr. Chidi's take was primarily on the fact that, okay, these guys are not exactly different from the other, so he's just having to protect his own interest and not necessarily caring about the fact that, okay, Nigerians are going to be the ones to bear the brunt of this whole of the whole thing. So do you think, like, okay, is your thoughts aligned with his, or it's just going to be that or do you think differently, or are you aligning your thoughts with that of with those of Dr. Babaye?
You see, you have to understand that if my thoughts do not, any day you see that my thoughts do not align with Babaye, then that means maybe something. That's when you should be very, very very worried. Okay, because our thoughts are already aligned. That's why we belong together. Okay, we may have some different approaches, but our thoughts concerning national issues are already aligned. That's why we think the way we think. That's why we do the way we do. We are not the people that will wake up tomorrow. We don't, like, it's finished. We already have told, and that's why when people say, oh, we don't really understand, no, they are lying. Because we are the most we're one of the people that we speak very clearly about what we're going to do. Do you know how many times people will come and tell us, you don't just come? Somebody contacted me and said, Chidi, you know what's going on in Nigeria? There's something we need to talk about. I said, talk now. I said, no, it's not something we can discuss over the phone. I said, then I'm not going to discuss it with you. See, our own method, we know they hide. What we say is what we do. What you see is what you get. We tell you we are coming out tomorrow by a particular time at a particular place. That is what it's going to be. We are not going to let you trap us into one nonsense. And then you go and say, that you came there and did what you did because you did not truly understand what our motive is. No, I just say that to say that I thought I with Baba in terms of theology. Now, coming to Dangote. See, like we have emphasized, we don't have so many, even though Baba doesn't like when people talk like that, but we don't have so many tribes in Nigeria. We just have only 2 tribes, just 2 tribes. And these 2 tribes are the people who have and the people who don't have. These are the only 2 tribes. And these guys are more united than us. And I will explain. How come? And they are Babalawo, the person where they mix this concoction for them, the guy is bad. Because this guy because these guys are so united for so many years. I don't know how the guy managed to close our eyes. And right before our very eyes, a country like Nigeria was able to allow one man to be the sole distributor of sugar. What did he promise us? We let it fly. He did it with cement. We let it fly. And while people are dying and doing it, we produce the richest man in Africa. And yet, look at the level of, as we were going down, our per capita income was going down. We were going up in producing the most richest man in Africa. Didn't you figure out that something was wrong? Because if something is 100% and everybody had 100 people had 1%, and all of a sudden you're beginning to see that one person has 50% of the 100%. Common sense should tell you now that it is the 90 people that are dividing the rest of the 50. So that's what happens in Nigeria clearly. But like I said, that guy that did, I'm not like Babaye. Babaye talks with details, figures, and me, I don't go to school. I talk my own. Sometimes I get emotional and I'm all over the place, but bear with me like that. So how did they pull this cloud over our eyes? We sat down and we watched our refineries run down to nothing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I don't understand what. Nigeria is a very special country. Very, very special. And why I say these guys are so united is that it happened from one administration to another administration, and nobody, none of them kicked against it. They kept accepting it and selling this bullshit to the Nigerian citizenry. And then when they will vote money, they're in the fact the refinery, every president will come and say the first thing I'm going to do is refine, do this, do that, and the refinery will start working and we'll clap for him. And then they say they voted these billions to make the refinery start, and then bam, nothing will happen. Until we that our father owns the whole of the palm wine trees in our village, we now go to somebody who they don't even have palm wine, and they are now coming to sell palm oil to us. My God. And where do you understand? And it makes sense to us. All our refinery was not producing. We're not going to buy fuel from people that don't have petroleum. And they come and sell it to us. Then they sell it. Hi, Nigeria. And then Dangote now started building this refinery. And instead of the citizens saying, wait, which kind of nonsense be this? Government, did you people see what's... They hired some people to convince us that it was a good thing. And while, before we wake up from the sleep, they were building the refinery fast. And then they kept people talking, yab, fighting. And they were building the refinery. It's just like the things that you read in fairy tales. And they somehow convinced us that it is better for an individual to build a refinery that was bigger than the whole of the federal. One person that is a citizen was not going to have something that was bigger than all of us, and all of us were clapping from the money that he made inside all of us. Do you understand? So I don't know why we are now sitting down after the juju where they do us don't work finish, and we are waking up to now come and start. So we are actually we are actually discussing Dangote's refinery in Nigeria. I know it was funny. I don't know, maybe it's my education or I went to nice school, but I was trying to make sense of we have produced crude oil, but since we are selling the crude oil to Dangote, who is buying the crude oil from us, and then he will refine it and sell it to us because, what is going on? This man is inside Nigeria. The crude oil is coming from inside Nigeria, and we are sounding like it is the people that came from outside Nigeria to buy a crude oil, then go to their place, refine it, and bring it back to us. Staying so many days, I see. Now we are discussing with somebody who is inside Nigeria who just connected a pipe from the refinery to and I don't know, maybe something is wrong with me. And how did we manage? How did we allow all that to happen? And it's not a topic for discussion. A government that's supposed the government that's supposed to protect its people is talking like this. Are you kidding me? Are you come on? You think if Take It Back movement, if AAC was leading this country, Dangote refinery will be it's a city. Come on, man. You will wait first. We are not saying anybody should not have private refinery, but your own will be like, you know what I'm saying, extra. There's Coca-Cola, but then there's now I don't even know the other managed ones that they have. Those they used to be Coca-Cola. Then there's Limca now, and there's all those other. There's 7-Up, but there's Coca-Cola. It's federal government that should be, like oil, giving electricity. Like in places where reasonable people are running affairs, there are some things that you don't leave in the hands of private people, like water. You come and say a private company is supplying water to your citizens so that the day they get angry, your citizens will not have water. Come on now. No, the government provides a base. That's why it's called basic infrastructure. That's why the government protects your national, your mineral resources, your is national mineral resources. You manage it, you make sure that it is beneficial to the people first. Protect them from people. Come on. Now, the Nigeria is a government that goes and invites the people that are supposed to be asking them, can you give us license to also participate in this thing that you're doing? And the government will say, okay, no problem. We're already doing like 70%. We can distribute it to people, no problem. But no, the federal government is fighting with an individual. So I'm saying all this, I tell these stories because that's the way I see it. To tell you that we don't have to get complicated with these matters. I like to break it down to simple everyday things to show you it's amazing. It's amazing what kind of culture that we have. It's amazing the kind of things that we tolerate. Things that you will not, if you gather primary school children in primary 2 and create a scenario like Nigeria, the answers that they will give you is what they will give you very simple answers. Honestly. Okay, Chukwu and Damilare and Yusuf, come. I want to ask you a question. You see, this thing comes to that. Daddy is the owner of this thing now. This water in this tank now, it belongs to Daddy, okay? But now there's somebody that, and you people have refrigerator, you have freezer, and you know that ice block that they used to put for people that when you want ice block, you go and take the ice block. You say, yeah, that we understand. Okay, what happens now is that somehow the tank is leaking. Hey, Daddy, patch the tank now. Wait, just wait. The tank is leaking now. The whole water is finished from the tank, but now there's this guy from outside. He's going to now come and be selling ice block to you people. Daddy, what are you talking about? But we have freezer. Why don't we just repair the tank and put water so that we'll continue to make ice block now that we used to leak now? Then we can sell to. No, wait. The issue is that you see, the water that it's not. It's like this. It sounds. You see, when I'm telling you this thing, doesn't it make it look like you would have to actually come up with a story that is very mischievous to be able to convince these 3 children, innocent children. In fact, it's actually very wicked of you to now go and make them start thinking outside the way that God naturally them to think. And that's what's happening to us in Nigeria, that we're sitting and trying to make sense. out of something that doesn't make sense. If you had good leadership, we wouldn't be discussing Dangote. We wouldn't.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Chidi. I mean, just like I mentioned earlier, this is Nigeria we're talking about, and matters concerning this country can be very exhaustive. And but then the talking part is I believe is the first stage to ensuring that we are fixing things and not just talking. And for someone like me who believes so much in technology or in the power of technology to make things better, to transform things, I would even consider issues concerning refineries as such that are not relevant or even redundant. But of course, this is Nigeria, and the supposed giant of Africa that missed out in the first industrial revolution, missed out in the second, missed out in the third industrial revolution. And there is a looming industrial or the fourth industrial revolution, which is about technology, that that now we seem to have a level playing ground for everybody, not just the first world countries, and Africa and its giant in quotes now are already missing out. But thankfully, we've had a truly rich conversation so far. And I need to take this moment to appreciate our speakers, Dr. Chidi and then Baba Aye. And we hoped to have Showore join us tonight, but unfortunately he was engaged in a session on TVC News, and I guess it's the reason he's unable to join us tonight, but hopefully we'll get him in one of our sessions in the future. But that said, the conversation has been truly powerful, and all thanks to Baba Aye and Dr. Chidi. They've really broken down the I think they've done their best in helping us understand the chaos in the country. I mean, the state of the nation, so to say, in a fresh and enlightening perspective. So, and as it stands, I think it's now time for us to hear from you, our audience. So this conversation isn't complete without your voices. So if you have any question or perspective, I can already see that Onimisi has his hands up. So if you have any comments to make, or of course your contributions are very, very important. So so I think we'll start with Onimisi. He'll share his perspective, and then maybe we get on with other persons who might be interested to use the virtual mic. But until then, let's have Onimisi.
All right. Thank you very much again, host. Thank you, Comrade Babaye and Dr. Chidi for the commentary. I just wanted to contribute to the discussion about Dangote's refinery. And I think already Baba Aye hit the nail on the head when he pointed out the profit motive, right, of Dangote and the illusion, that the nationalistic advertisements create in our minds that, we're having a refinery, the largest refinery in Africa, the whole of Africa and Europe being built in Nigeria. Therefore, we should all be proud of this. But Dangote's motive is to maximize his profit. And what that means is that he's extracting something. And when you think about who he's extracting that thing from, it is us Nigerians. We can start from the fact of the 6,000 or more people who were displaced for that refinery to be built. We can go on to, and them losing their means of livelihoods, their fishing communities, their houses, and all that. We can talk about the other businesses, the little kiosks, traders who were also displaced for that refinery to come up. We can talk about all the different ways. The fact that Nigerian people through the NNPC subsidized the construction of that refinery by a significant amount, and still we're not the ones who are benefiting or profiting from it. So yeah, there's so many dimensions to look at. The economic implications of Dangote's refinery, and through which to understand the lack of consideration for the Nigerian end user of its products. His primary goal is to refine and export and earn the maximum possible through forex and whatnot. And then one thing though that we shouldn't forget is the role of the worker in all of this. I know that the propaganda that the likes of Dangote and his friends in the media like to project is that, oh, this guy is an industrialist and a worker. That's why you would see all the pictures of him next to that refinery. He's wearing a safety helmet to project this image of someone who is doing the work. But make no mistake, no be Dangote they do that work. All right, it's the people in the refinery. There are people around the refinery that many of these people are ordinary Nigerians, right? Who now then go and get the power, yeah, with that makes that refinery operational. And this is crucial because it keys into the point I want to make next, which is the one thing that we can thank Dangote for is bringing the means of production closer to the Nigerian people. Because when the revolution happens, it just makes it a lot easier for us to be able to seize the source of wealth that belongs to us in the first place, which was stolen from the Nigerian people. So yeah, we can, rather than lose sight and lose hope about how Dangote is owning our resources and profiting maximally from it, we should continue to be hopeful about the future prospects of us owning all of these means of production and using it to the benefit of Nigerian people. So yes, I say revolution now. All right, thank you everyone. Bye.
Well, thank you very much, Onimisi. That perspective was well. Let's leave it at that. I think we need to get more contributions, more comments from members of the audience. Please feel free to request for the mic and then to be handed to you accordingly. So we need to hear you speak. We need to hear your voice or your take on all of the issues we've discussed in tonight's session. And it's bordered largely on the recent state of emergency in Rivers State and still the chaos in Lagos State political atmosphere, especially as it relates to the Obasa and the National Assembly and the House of Assembly of Lagos State, and then the whole Dangote refinery thing. So these things, whether we like to face them or not, of course, I trust that our guests have done so much, having to help us understand the need for change, the need for us to address these realities head on. Else, we are headed towards I don't want to say towards destruction, because I mean, even though that is seeming like the likely outcome, because I think it was Dr. Chidi. It was Dr. Chidi who mentioned earlier that these guys are against themselves, but when it comes to having to wreck Nigerians, when it comes to having to do anything to see that Nigerians suffer, they see it as their life's ambition to unite for that very purpose. So I think it was Dr. Chidi who mentioned that. But whatever the case, that goes to establish how this whole systemic rot we've been talking about over the years has eaten deep into the system, such that Nigerians are now like the fuel that makes the whole systemic, the rotten engine of the whole system works. So, and we cannot continue like this. Things must change, and they must change with us having the right mindset. So, which is also, or which brings me to why Government Nigeria exists. It is just like I mentioned at the beginning of the session, it is to help myself, it is to help you, it is to help young Nigerians, participate and see the need to participate in active politics. Because the reason those guys are there and have refused to leave in the first place is either because, in fact, it's not either, it is because of a combination of a lot of factors, including the fact that we have wrong mindsets about politics and governance as it stands. We have, just a lot of fleeting mindset, contradicting mindset that is not making us have one voice, that is not making us united against this the bad governance in the country. And this also boils down from the fact that many persons think that votes don't count. So the question then becomes, if votes don't count, why do these old nicks do so much to ensure that they pay for it? Why do they go to nearly any length, or if not any length, to ensure that they get the numbers? So that's only, to me, speaks one language, which is that the vote actually counts. And it's not just about the vote counting, it's also ensuring, or having to ensure, that we ourselves are sensitized, we are educated about the whole process, and we are interested, most importantly, we are interested about this whole process. So I think I would want to have maybe one more person, and then we can bring the session to a close. One more person. I think I saw Moses raising his hands earlier. Well, I don't know if he's still on the call, if he's still in the space. So is there any other person? Okay, Mr. Shea, I would like to invite you for maybe a quick take or two on issues that we've raised tonight, and then we can close the session afterwards. Okay, before Mr. Shea comes on, I think we'll just have Barrison. Barrison, you may unmute your microphone and then speak.
All right, good evening, everybody. It's actually a great privilege to be here. I've been carefully listening and following, and I'm impressed because we have people who are now ready. And in fact, every time I see that, I ask myself, I say, somebody like Sowore, why can't people protest to see that they make such people in power? And I discovered there are those lack of communication that most politicians use. You find out in a community, they always, one big man will go there and manipulate people, telling them to go and vote this person, without them knowing. So I discovered the political party that existed with old politicians or old looters who doesn't care about me and you, are using those strategies. It happened in my community, and I started with the war of telling the people I will go and use a video and say, this person is a bad person. He was involved in this, he was involved in that. This is another different person. And I discovered a lot of people in the community that bring blog vote. They don't even know what is happening online. And that is why some big looters who collect from also the looters will go to the village in the name of their working. They will go and give small peanuts to people in the village. So they are seeing big man with big car, they see him like God. Then they will penetrate. And this is my idea, because as in the assignment of doing that, I want you all to know that I'm contesting for Senator, Plateau North Senatorial District 2027. I'm privileged to contest in the AAC, and I have done my assignment more of a grassroots. That's why I get to know what is happening in the grassroots without people knowing. And I know a lot of people who are in social media hardly go to village. So these politicians use those villages to go there and tell the people. So they easily pass message to houses. Zubama want to pour it in house, pour it to this person. or they will just bring the logo, put it here. And the politician they respect, that day he will be going around the polling unit and the people will see him, he will buy canoe and all that. People will key into it and drink and go and vote him. So this is the strategy I discovered that we can also use to succeed for some of us who are sacrificing to be in the system. And it's a privilege. I'm seeing people are waking up. We're not just looking for young looters, but we're looking for young people who have aspiration to do what is right. I don't mostly care about talking about the unforeseen situation or what have happened in Rivers, that state. I don't care. All I care right now is strategies for us to bring to counter this old politician, because this is the best strategy. Go and ask any village. They will tell you one big man will come, they are waiting to hear from him. So me now in my community, as you may know, now everybody see me as a tyrant because I am scattering every table that any politician feels. They have been calling me. And again, I want you to also know that this is somebody who is confident. I'm also given an appointment by somebody when I see he has not been behaving well, and I choose to contest the same position he's contesting. This night they call me. But they now saw the way I'm going to villages, doing some couple of activities, hitting the ground, running. People are loving me because I'm giving them back what they're giving others. So I'm telling them that these are some of the people that cripple some of us from growing. And now some people outside, I even use our principal Showore, say that he's the one that saw me and brought me out and trained me, because there's some people saw me the way I was speaking English, packaging. They were like, this is my community. And I get to tell them that now these people were not supporting me because I have evidence that they refused to. I had scholarship to study abroad, about 5 scholarships. They suppress me because they don't want me to go and be somebody. So I left the community, I left everything that concerns them. So now I came back to hit them hard by telling the people they refuse to empower us just for us to be puppets for them. But now Sowore and other big people have empowered us, and that's why we're coming back to hit them, to enlighten them that what they did is wrong. And I told the people, say, hey, so these people saw people this, yes. So we're using the same strategy they use to manipulate and close the minds of people. And this is what I want us to all key into. And I'm not just talking here because I'm contesting for senator. I need your support. No, I've done my unnecessary arrangement and sacrifice. And some of them think it's money that I need. Now they are calling me. They call me this night that you should come. We'll sit down and discuss. You need to concentrate and make a lot of money for yourself first before you go into politics. It's a lie. I don't believe in making money first. I believe in people who will see the value in me, good people. And if you may know, I'm a well-known person for what I'm doing. Now some politician want to corner me. They called me and I said no. And I use wisdom to say no. You can't confront them. You use wisdom. I say now, this place that I'm contesting, they trust me. If I should follow you, I know you will not trust me. You would think I will go and follow somebody with higher money. So I'm using that one to be dodging them so that they will feel I'm trying to stay committed to the place that they value me. This is what I want a lot of youth here to have it. And I'm saying this with the full confidence. I believe God will give us the strength to do positive things. But the most important thing is all going back to our village, not to allow old men to keep deceiving the old people and the vulnerables. This is good. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Barrison Zani. I think when you mentioned the Kunu party, I mean, it got me off balance because I was thinking for a moment like wait, so does that mean, or were you saying, or are you insinuating that the Kunu would come, even if the Kunu was to come for the whole of the 4 years that the person is going to be in office? And then I was just like a lot of thoughts just rushed through my mind, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, this is particularly one of the reasons we are having conversations, or we should encourage and join conversations like this so that we are able to re-engineer our mindset about politics and governance, especially in our very dear nation. And we appreciate you for not just your comments, but also for having the boldness, the courage to be the voice, right, to represent the voices of all spheres in your very constituency. And it's good to see you in this conversation, and hopefully in subsequent conversation with shared goals as this. So leadership, I believe leadership starts with a dialogue, right? And from that dialogue, it grows into discussions that 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 breeds, that influences the kind of representation people or Nigerians deserve, or should I say Nigerians want to see. So, but just before I invite Mr. Shea, because he's going to, I believe he's going to build on that, and then we bring the conversation to a close. So this is just a disclaimer that we, I mean by we, I'm talking about government Nigeria, that we are a neutral entity, and it's our non-governmental organization. This organization is committed to, just like I've been saying, I will never get tired of saying this, that we are committed to promoting, the needed political awareness and participation amongst youth, amongst young people in Nigeria. So, and we operate with the goal of encouraging young people to engage in politics, in political processes, and to help them make informed decisions, right? Informed decisions. And we are not associated with any political party or organization. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Our focus is just to provide education and the needed resources to help young persons like ourselves, contemporaries, become active participants in not just politics, but the entire democratic process. So any views expressed by myself, by any representative of the organization, and even our guests, our distinguished guests and honorable audience, is or should not be taken to be that of the organization. And I think this might be a very good place for Mr. Shea to come in. Are you back in with us, Mr. Shea?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Suleiman. And I would like to start by thanking the invited guests, Dr. Chidi, Baba Aye, and the audience that made valid contribution. Onimisi, I'm not sure the name is pronounced correctly, and very soon. I mean,
Onimisi.
Onimisi. Onimisi. Pardon me if I didn't pronounce it correctly. So thank you so much. I mean, it's been an educative one. We've spent, is it not 2 hours already? And it feels like we're just like 5 minutes into the session. So I mean, a lot has been said, a whole lot. And I mean, summarily, it feels like we're all on the same page. I mean, clearly, Nigeria needs a change, a surgical one. I mean, something has to be done. We can't fold our hands and keep watching. And the ruling class, I mean, like Dr. Chidi rightly said the other time, he said, we only have 2 tribes in the country. Forget about the number of tribes that they make us believe that we have. We only have 2 tribes. I mean, the have and the have not, or the oppressed and the oppressor. I mean, either you're Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, it really doesn't matter. What brings us together is the stratification, the categorization. I mean, and we all know where we belong. The oppressed, in fact, without anyone telling you, you know if you're oppressed, and you know if you're the oppressor. So we all know where we belong. And the message the ruling class, the oppressor, the message they are sending is strong and very direct. I mean, years back, when there was tussle between Tinubu and Ambode, they kind of still covered it up. When Tinubu was interviewed, then he made it a thing of a party. He said it's a party issue. It has nothing to do with with the Ambode's re-election. It's just a party crisis. The party decides who bear the flags and all that. But I mean, 2025, someone is coming to tell us that I made him the governor. So that directly implies that, you see, everybody in Rivers State, everyone that voted during the election, you didn't decide during the election, no. You didn't decide. I, with some very few numbers of individuals behind the door, decided who becomes the governor. And that is a very powerful powerful message that we must, understand. And it doesn't in any way, help our democracy if, at this point in time, someone can still boldly claim that I made him this, and because I made him that, he has to dance to my tune. I mean, that undermines the power of democracy. And it's clearly point out to us that as people were just there. I mean, with or without us, they do what they want to do with power. I mean, it is even if it is what happens behind closed door, I mean, it should not be rubbed on our faces. I mean, it is very, very embarrassing. I mean, I really don't know how the people of River State are receiving or are, trying to understand this, but I find it very, very embarrassing. And it's not just River State; it's like that for every state in Nigeria. It's just that, I mean, the people of River State are either fortunate or unfortunate to have someone that is loud like Wike, who could make both to say such a thing. So these guys, I mean, whatever happens within them is just within them. It's not for any of us. I mean, we know what it means in democracy. It's not a really nice thing that we want to deal with, but I mean, it's just a tussle between themselves. It's not in the interest of the governed. It has nothing to do with the people. I mean, at the end of the day, the Fumbara guy is embezzling. It's just that Wike is asking for a share that is just too big for him to, not like it's too big for the state to handle, but it's too big for Fumbara. It doesn't align with the sharing formula. That's just the disagreement. It doesn't align with the sharing formula that pleases Fumbara. It has absolutely nothing to do with the state. And as it's happened in River State, it's the same thing happening in every part of Nigeria, and even at the federal level there. I mean, it tells us that we need to organize ourselves, mobilize ourselves, educate ourselves. I mean, people sometimes just feel like politics or a discussion like this is for people who have time to spare. I mean, some people even pretend to be really, really busy not to take part in, things like this, vote during election, actively participate during election. I mean, kudos to Barry Singh, who said he's contesting. Kudos to someone like Dr. Chidi too, because I remember that I think in 2019 or thereabouts, he contested for governorship election in Enugu. I mean, kudos to everyone who has walked the talk, because it's not really easy. But then we need to continue to challenge these people, because there is really nothing magical they are doing. I mean, if I'm not saying the Peter Obi's support was without some funny involvement of the cabals and all that, but then if Peter Obi could amass the kind of vote that he got during the election, then we should understand that there's really nothing so complex about the process. I mean, if you do the assignment really well, if you do the work, I mean, somehow, it might take a while, it might not be that easy, but you're definitely going to get there. And if you look at it, that is why they are so quick to start doing their mathematics. You'll see that most of all these political godfathers, all the big wigs in politics that we know that are very sinistrous, they are now like infiltrating the known political parties. I think at the moment now, where they are decamping to now is SDP, and that does not even exclude other I think the only political party that I think they can't easily just walk to is AAC. I mean, of course, due to its leadership. So they are going to all these parties to plan themselves, because they know that the people are waking up to the realization that something has to be done. And PDP, APC are becoming a no option for the people. So now they want to plan themselves so that even when you try to do something different, it's still going to end up doing something that would favor them on the long run. So it's never too early to start organizing ourselves. Let's start organizing ourselves with good intention. I mean, because we have the likes of Tokwe Pashua, who contested alongside Showore in just 2019, and today he serves as not even a minister. you can imagine how the Tinubu caucus went out to ridicule. I mean, with his brain power and all of that, they offered him special advisor. I mean, just to get him on their side. So we have Peladru too. I think he's also a special advisor on what I don't know, but he's also a special advisor. So, but we must first have that good intention. We must first understand, okay, this is the goal, this is our pursuit. And when we push forward with good intention and we don't relent, I mean, it's tiresome. It's tiresome because when you look at the situation of the country, not just about the leaders now, when you even look at some elements in amongst the governed, you somehow even try to, I mean, doubt if anything different will happen to Nigeria, because even the governed are as worse as the leaders. So, but then we have no other place to call a country. It's just Nigeria and Nigeria alone. No matter how long you spend in Canada, no matter how long you spend in the US, no matter how long you stay in the UK, someday, somehow you end up back home. And I mean, mind you, those that you've left in Nigeria that have never tasted quality life, they don't know what good healthcare means. They don't even know what it means to be educated. They've never had a career. They are just there waiting patiently. You come around, they just kidnap you and ask for one ransom. So this is why must continue to clamor for good Nigeria, because Nigeria is the only place we can truly call home. So thank you for all the contributions. Yeah. Mr. Solomon, I'm done. I yield the mic here.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Shea. I mean, you've literally said it all, and I don't think there is no stone that we've left unturned, except that we did not exhaust the discussion we have scheduled for this session. And again, still as a result of the fact that this still goes to re-emphasize or to reinforce the claim that the issues, as far as the state of the nation in Nigeria is concerned, they are very, very exhaustive, and they are not something that we can finish talking about in just one sitting. So, and as such, this is the reason we have a session like this on a monthly basis, and sometimes when the need call for it, we have maybe twice in a month. So, and as it stands, we will encourage everyone present here who is here to follow our official handle, which is Government Nigeria, to kindly do so, just so that you are informed on time as to when we will be having our next State of the Nation series. So just like I mentioned earlier, it is on a monthly basis, and usually the last Sunday of every month. But even the date itself is not exactly established, and we, for some reason, have to be flexible with that. So you'd have to bear with us for the time being. But the most important and primary thing I would want to encourage us to consider doing is having to follow our official handle, so that we get notified of any of our gathering, virtual or in-person gathering, going forward. But again, I want to say thank you to our audiences, our guests, for taking time out of their very busy schedule to hop on this space session. It's been truly enlightening. It's been wonderful. It's been eye-opening. It's been interesting, and all thanks to our guests and every member of the audience. So, as much as I hate to mention it, we have come to the end of the session for this month, and hopefully we will have every one of you join or hop back in for the next one in April. Until then, you have my very best of regards. Good night, everyone. And again, thank you to our speakers, our guests, for for joining the session. I wouldn't know if you have any final words before we draw the curtain. Dr. Chidi, Baba Aye, any final words from you?
Well, for me, I still hope it will be many, many years before my final words. Anyway, that's on a lighter note. Yeah, just to say thank you for the invitation and for the robust discussion. And let's rededicate ourselves to fights until we win. There's such great possibilities, but we need to fight. I mean, freedom cometh by struggle, and I'll end with that song on my part. Freedom cometh by struggle. Freedom come by struggle, by struggle. Freedom come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baba Aye. And yes, truly, freedom comes by struggle. And we can't expect to get the freedom or the life we seek on a platter of gold, or for it to land on our laps. We need to fight for it to truly establish the fact that we deserve it and we've earned it. Thank you once again, Baba Aye. Dr. Chidi, any final words? Closing remark from you.
Well, I would like to liken Nigeria to a system and a computer system whereby, like you said, there's so many problems, and like in a system, when it gets bugged by a lot of viruses, and you try to kill the viruses one by one, it's something that usually can't. I mean, I remember those days. Now we may be able to fight the viruses with good antivirus, but in those days, when you try and try and try, and the virus has really eaten so deep, then you just have to reformat the system, and that's what a revolution does. Against revolution, whenever we give this analogy, they're like, no, no, no. If you do that, then you kill everything. And you remind them that when you do that, you usually save your files. Your files are not destroyed. So a revolution will not destroy everything. We're just going to wipe out those things that are not needed, and then we'll start a clean slate. And that is my hope for Nigeria in the future. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we hope to have you in subsequent sessions as well. And until then, you have our very best of regards. And again, to members of the audience, thank you so much for staying up till this hour. I mean, we started, we were supposed to start around 8, but we started a little, we started later than scheduled. I think some minutes into it. And here we are, still. Wow, I really commend everyone's resilience and your commitment to ensuring that you are a part of discussions or conversations like this. Thank you very much. We hope that you will be chanced and then make it a priority to join the next and subsequent sessions. Good night, everyone.